Alrighty, welcome to my chaotic stream. My hair's a mess, but I don't care. Okay, where are we? We are spinning on the drop spindle. There we go. So I had a pretty chill day today. I was supposed to adult a lot more, but I did get gas for the lawnmower. But if it keeps raining, I'm never going to be able to use that lawnmower. My grass is... Hello! Right? Thank you. I know, I love the colors. These are all the colors that I'm using. I don't know if I've shown them yet. But basically I'm doing a mix. So I do like a little bit of pink, a little bit of purple, a little bit of green, a little bit of blue, and then I just keep going back. So wow. Are you getting an ad right now? Because I have a ad thing saying that it's going for quite a while. Yeah. She has been driving me nuts today. Once she forgave me for putting stuff in her ears. But she's either in heat or going into heat, and she's driving me mad. I actually had her locked out of my studio for a little bit this evening. But then I had to go put Mystique inside the camper because it's raining out. And I forgot to block off the door. Hello! I felt like Mrs. Doubtfire in that moment. Hello! Oh god, that's a good movie. I need to watch that again. It's been too long. So I was originally, because I don't know if you guys were around for when I was talking about soaking some black beans to dye with, and that I was gonna get some mordant. Well, I have the mordant ordered, but it's not gonna be here till Thursday, and I didn't want to wait that long. So I just took some roving and started dyeing. Oh, I love it. I love watching his stuff. Like all of it. Movies, stand up. Anyway, so I've got some black bean roving going. Since I guess this morning pretty much. So it is, well, it looks gray on camera, but it is like a grayish blue right now. I haven't washed it, obviously. I'm gonna leave it soak overnight and we will see. I have another one here. This one I started dyeing and then I stuck another roving on top, so we'll see what happens with that. So there's 2 rovings in this. What? Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. I know that they're like remaking a lot of movies, but some. Right? Exactly. There's just some stuff you should leave alone. Especially when it comes to Robin Williams. Right? No. Hey! Welcome in! I just want to see what Shelly's does. Get ready to purl with Shelly Knits, the cozy crafting maestro of Twitch. They've been on a crocheting spree from dog frisbees to stylish bucket hats, plus they're weaving magic into a Jack and Sally inspired scarf. With a side of doggo love and a dash of Taylor Swift vibes, it's all about yarn, chat, and chill vibes. Tune in for some naughty fun. Oh, I love that. I like that one. Exactly. I 100% agree with you on that. Like, I don't know if there's anyone that could play Robin Williams parts and do it justice. Exactly. Exactly. I agree. It's like they're going back and remaking all these movies, and honestly, I think it's because they've run out of ideas for movies. So they're bringing back the classics, but they're ruining them by remaking them. Like, yes, some movies do pretty good when they're remade, and then other ones it totally flops, and it's just like, why? Why'd you do it? You spent all that money to make a movie that you knew was not going to stand up to the original. Now, it would be different if instead of like remaking it, you did like a sequel or something with a similar vibe to the movies. But don't remake it. It's like, at least with a sequel, you kind of know that you're probably going to get different people. You know, with remake, it's just not the same. I mean, sequels aren't always the best either, but at least, you know, you're not trying to change something that's meant to be the way it is. At least in my eyes, forever. Exactly. That's exactly it. Exactly. Yeah. You know, make it somebody else. But like, yeah, like a spin-off or a sequel or something. Just don't ruin don't ruin our good memories. Our childhood favorites with subpar stuff. Right? Yeah, true. But what if it, instead of doing it that way, maybe it's like the kids of the kids, and there's a new person that stumbles and ends up doing like the same thing or something similar. Like, I don't know. But it is pretty hard to, like, I think, make a sequel without Mrs. Doubtfire in there. Was he? It's like, what is he doing? Can I play with that? Is that another laser pointer? Rocky is one of Shelley's puppy dogs, and he loves laser pointers. He's a cutie. Oh yeah, in case you weren't in here, Shelly, when I first showed it, this is the progress on the dyeing. It looks gray on camera, but it's kind of like a bluish gray. So we shall see what we get tomorrow. And then when the mordant comes in, I'll get some more black beans and do it again. And probably get a much more vibrant blue, hopefully. Right? It's like you play with your baby with a laser pointer? That doesn't make sense. Mom, let's play laser. Mom, I want to play laser. I just realized, even though this shirt's perfectly clean, I got a stain on it. Guess I'm gonna have to go get some stain remover now and hope I can get it out. I bet. And then didn't you have the dentist appointment today as well? So that's like another thing, even though that's not as bad as working. Well, depending, but I think this was a fairly simple appointment. This is what I love. It's when the color change starts happening. Just watch it slowly get better and better. I love it. Yeah, the purple on, or the green on top of the purple, I think is my favorite color shift. It just looks so cool. Right. I know. I'm also learning another I don't know what you call it. Well, it's kind of like a form of knitting. But it's also kind of like tatting, null binding. I'm learning how to do that, which is really neat. I love the way it looks when it's worked up, and I don't know much, but eventually we're probably going to see me do that on stream as well. I just got to get back into it. But oh, and I spun up some of the fiber that I got off Amazon last night after my stream, just because I wanted to see how it spun. And I actually am spinning it like a fairly thick, but look at, isn't that beautiful? Like, I just did like a really quick, like, took a chunk, so I haven't plied it up or anything yet. Isn't it beautiful? And it's not bad. I think it might even be, I'd say it's either a tiny bit better or same micron as what this stuff is when I'm working with this. So, but I have a whole pound of it, and I think I'm going to, I don't know for sure yet, but I might just spin up the whole pound in like roughly this thickness that I have going, and then so it'll be like a chunkier yarn. And I'm just debating on whether I want to do a 2-ply or if I want to do my usual chain ply. But yeah, so I might ply this up either later tonight or tomorrow. And I'll just, yeah, decide then what kind of ply I'm gonna do. But yeah, I have a whole pound of it, so I'll have a fair bit that I can do with it. And then if I like it, I might get more, because I got that off of Amazon, so I should be able to get plenty more. And it cost me, well, I think it was about $40. So I mean, it's not cheap, but it's not expensive either. And yes, there is nicer quality stuff out there, but for the price and it feeling around the same as this stuff, I'm happy. And I think it will make something really pretty. So, I don't know what kind of sheep it is though. Like, it just says 100% wool. That's all it says. It doesn't tell me what breed of sheep it is. It's definitely not merino. Not cheap, but it would be cheaper for you than what I pay, because pounds is worth more than the Canadian dollar. So, um, a fair bit less, because I think pounds is even more than the American dollar, and we're less than the American dollar. So, I think it would actually be a fairly reasonable price. I don't know if they you should look. They might actually ship there, and then you can at least look at the prices. And it's here, I'll type it out because I'm probably gonna butcher it. And it's on Amazon. Hey, that's not too bad. See, I wouldn't mind paying like $22 for a pound of wool. That's pretty good, but I don't know if that's a reasonable price for you. Everybody varies. I'm used to having to pay an arm and a leg for everything that I get, so. Like the stuff I have coming right now, from Etsy, it's coming from Vancouver Island, and it is, I looked it up, was it last night or the night before? And it's I'm curious because I've never like gotten anything right from, like, it literally shows a picture of the sheep. Come on, focus. I want you to focus because it's just, he's so cute. It's not focusing. Maybe if can I zoom in bigger? Hold on. Oh, it's a little bit better. Oh, and sorry, my brightness is always turned down on my phone. The white is not helping. So cute. Right. Oh, nice. Yeah, see, I'm trying to support local myself. Oh my god, look at that face. Look at that face. He's just so cute. But anyways, this is the first time that I have ordered wool where I knew the name of the sheep. His name is Rusty. It's local. Says here, Fleece and Fiber spins the story of fiber and textile producers on Vancouver Island and Gulf Islands. One of the stars of the Gulf Islands fiber scene is the Rommeldale ram that resides in the New Wave Fiber Farm on Penner Island. And I'm just like, I have to buy his wool, but it's it's not cheap. For 100 grams. Well, I'm going to assume that's what it's 100 GM braid, so I'm assuming that's 100 grams braid. It's like $28 plus shipping. Or was that free shipping? Oh no, that's right, it was free shipping. That was one of the reasons why I caved. But I think it came to like 30 some odd dollars for 100 grams. So, but his face, I had to. And there was lots of reviews saying that the fiber was like super soft. So I was like, I gotta try it. It's as simple as that. I gotta try it. Hey, any kind of discount helps. Especially when anything to do with fiber art is expensive, and rightly so. But, yeah. Well, some stuff I feel like they overcharge. But other stuff is like, yes. Because you gotta take in the cost of taking care of... Oh. Bloody odds. Welcome back. I think everyone's back from ads. My thing said that everybody should be back, so welcome back. But yeah, we'll see how nice this fiber is and how much fiber I actually get. Because I really do want to start shopping more local. I mean, I like getting affordable stuff, but if I can get some, like, at least the occasional nice stuff. Yes! Finally, when I got Stream Elements, like when I connected to Stream Elements, it just seemed to suddenly start working. So I was like, okay. I also get like these little notifications at the top of my chat when I first start streaming from Stream Elements. Oh, right. I think I remember you saying you were going to start doing a Paddington Bear. Right? It's not going to make much difference, honestly. The 3.25 really isn't much difference. So, yeah. I often will, well, depending on the project, if I want a tighter knit, I'll downsize my needle a little bit. And then, like, with my top that I'm knitting, I wanted it to be a looser knit and be a little bit bigger without having to, like, figure out a size up. So I was just like, this will work. And I went up, that one I went up a size and a half on my needles. I think the pattern called for 3mm and I went with 4.5. No, the pattern was 4mm and I went with 5.5. That's what it was. If you're in the UK, I do believe we use the exact same size, the millimeter. It's the US that has the opposite size. So, yes. Here, and usually even when we get stuff from the States, not always, but we, like, most of my stuff actually has the US as well as the millimeter, but we actually go by millimeter here. So I understand the millimeter better than the US sizes. I still always have to, like, look when it's US size. No, we actually are on the same measuring as you guys. But a lot of us, because we grew up with parents that had, we used to be on the same as the US at one point. And it changed. I can't remember when it changed. I don't know if it was before me or, like, when I was really little or whatever, but we went from, like, American measurements to the metric. And so I know a little bit of both. Some I'm better with, like, I'm better with inches than I am centimeters. But, like, when it comes to the weather, I'm better with the metric, like Celsius. And then, but when I talk about, like, my cook stove or my furnace in the house for heating, I switch back to American. It's really weird and confusing. Us Canadians, you know, we just are confusing. My mom, she still tells the weather by, like, Fahrenheit. And I do Celsius, but I wouldn't say good at Fahrenheit, but I am kind of good at Fahrenheit. Because our thermometers usually have both. $1975, so just before my brother was born, pretty much. Well, okay, 4 years before my brother was born. And a year before my husband was born. Oh, trails. Yeah, so we a lot of the older generations still use, was it imperial? I think that's what you guys Americans call it. Right? Yes, 70 equals 20. And 90 is 32. Those are the ones that I got memorized. Right? Because you do so many patterns, you probably run into all sorts of patterns with different like the American and um, Canadian or UK sizing. It's minus 40. Minus 40, it goes so it's exactly the same. It's crazy. Yeah, it's like you get down to minus 40, and it's like if it's minus 40 here in Celsius, it's minus 40 Fahrenheit. It's I don't get that. Well, and your nitpick needles, Shelly, should have both on them as well. At least mine do. And you have the exact same needles as I do, so. Nice. I really do love this green on the purple. It's just so darn pretty. And then I don't know if you can see, can't quite see all the colors under there, but you can sort of see the layers. Oh, and now the sun's coming out. It was raining like half an hour ago. I will say one thing though. My blackberries are loving this rain. Even all the rogue shoots that are coming up in my yard. I got a I think my aunt and uncle were thinking of getting some blackberry plants from me. And because I remember them, my aunt was commenting, she's like, oh, I don't know if we might have too harsh of a climate for them. And I'm like, my one blackberry plant, it's designed for harsh climates, and it loves to grow out of bounds, so you'll have no problem. Once it's established, thankfully all mine are spineless blackberry canes, so I don't have to deal with the massive thorns that they can get. I think it was last year, I live right by a really big lake, and there's a road that winds all along the lake and goes up to a ferry, And sometimes I'll just drive up the road because it's just a really pretty drive. And I pulled over in this one pull-out spot to actually do some spinning on my Nano. Just sat in the car and looked out at the lake and did some spinning. But right in the ditch, there was all these thorny plants, and I looked, and at first I thought it was like rose bushes, and I'm like, those are blackberries. I'm like, I am glad that I don't have blackberries that look like that. Because, yeah, I would not enjoy picking those, and I would not enjoy trying to keep those in control in my yard. I do need to get some more berry bushes though. I have blackberries, black currants, raspberries, and then strawberries, but I want to try some other berry bushes. This blue reminds me of, well, we call them freezies, but I know that that is like a Canadian thing. Nice. Same color or a different color? Or are you gonna make the yellow one? Remember when I screamed out yellow and then told K-Play he needs to make a channel point thing? Yellow! Literally, when I was typing it, I was literally going, yellow! And then when I do the ooh, I'm like, ooh! Hence the reason why K-Play needs to make those. Just saying. I need my own channel points. Yellow is the best. Oh, come on. I think yellow would have looked amazing in this mix. Like if I went pink, purple, green, blue, yellow, and then back to pink, I think that it would. But I don't have any. Maybe I should dye up a yellow roving and add it into the next. It's like I have tons of this stuff, so I could always like add yellow into like this one and the other one. Right? I like the way that I've been separating these and just doing like small hunks because they're not always even. So I get like sometimes like with the purple I was able to do a full thing. With the green I was only able to do so much. So it's gonna have like different lengths of color throughout. Right. Well, you see, you completed You completed 3 things tonight. You need to celebrate. I like that. Yeah, you completed... Because you finished the frisbee, then you finished the bucket hat, and then you finished your Jack and Sally scarf or shawl. And then if you guys do the little random wheel, I think that's gonna also inspire you to get more whips finished. Right? Maybe it's... I've got quite nice light coming through the window right now. Or maybe I just got the camera angle better. But yeah, essentially it's like, I attached the yarn with a half hitch to the top. And, so when I spin, it's twisting and then I draft off of that twist. So like if I, and then I can, so that's basically what I'm doing. And then I'm spinning clockwise. So even when I look at the camera, like watching it, it looks crazy on camera. Hey, I was a complete noob at one point too. And I'll tell you this, I didn't even know about drop spindles until after I got Helga. Like, and I've been obsessed with wanting to get a spinning wheel and spin wool since I was 14, and I'm 43. So it turned, yeah, that's exactly it. So, and you can, like, I do, like, all my stuff is like comb top, but I would love to actually get like some real wool from a sheep. And I actually eventually want to actually get some wool and process it. So that means fresh from the sheep. I need to skirt it. I need to wash it. I need to get all the veggie matter out and comb it. And I want to do it all at one point. But right now I just buy all the stuff that's been washed and combed for me. And the great thing about it is you can... Well, there's 2 ways to go about it. This is probably your cheapest way, is to get a spindle. Or make a drop spindle. I made this, literally, out of crafting sticks and hot glue. So if I can do this, and it's a functional drop spindle, you should be able to too. And then you just have to get the roving. And this one works just as nice. I do need to get some more wool on this thing though. But it works the exact same. And I made this. And I've tried other drop spindles, but I like the Turkish style ones because the way you wrap it, it creates a center pull ball. And you don't have to make it the pretty pattern. You can literally just wrap it around like this and make it a ball. But I like the pretty pattern. I need to get some more wool on this. Drop spindles are fun, and they're probably your cheapest form of spinning for investment to see if you like it. And then the next best route is either find, like sometimes you can find some affordable traditional spinning wheels like this guy, but if you can't, then I recommend, I don't know if there's other companies out there, but Dreaming Robots is a great little company. And my Nano, this guy here, was with shipping and exchange rate, because I had to pay American, it cost me about $200. So not cheap, but pretty good for an electric spinning wheel. I'm not switching, honest. I'm gonna go back to the pretty colors. I just want to spin some of the pretty brown and white. Oh, Shelly, I don't think you've seen this stuff yet, because you didn't come into my stream last night. But I ordered this off of Amazon. It's 100% wool, and it's a mix, like I think it's called Zebra. And I got a whole pound of it. So it's not bad. It's not bad at all. But yeah, there's lots of different drop spindles out there. This one was just like, there's if you want to learn more, there's tons of YouTube videos with drop spindles in. So if you want to like learn more about different spindles. Yeah, there's all different kinds. So there's the drop spindles that have the weight at the bottom. Then there's drop spindles that have a whirl at the top, and you spin it this way. So you would spin it like this, and then you just wrap the wool around the spindle part of it. I have tried spinning with those. They're not bad, but I like the Turkish ones because they have the ability to create these cute little balls, which are center pole balls. So they create the little turtles, as a lot of us refer to them. And this one has a center pole ball, so it's like it pulls out the center, or you can use the outside. And this is what I like the most, is not only do they look beautiful when you're spinning them, can you tell I get very passionate about this stuff? And yes, I have quite a range of facial expressions. I do want to get some more different style drop spindles like, because there's drop spindles, there's support spindles, and support spindles are I have one that's this one here is actually a cross between a Turkish drop spindle and a support spindle, and this one you actually use it like this on there's usually like a dish that it sits in, and that's how this one. But I'm not so good at the support spindles, but I want to work with it more. Yes. Yeah, that's one of the ones where you use it where the yarn attaches and then you wrap it on the spindle below once it's spun up. And those are, from what I gather, those are a really good beginner spindle. The only thing that I don't like about those and why I went with the Turkish one is because I wanted to have the nice ball of yarn like this. And I can't get a drop spindle for that cheap. So it was like, we'll make one. Because I think this cost me, well, it was like $1.50 for like a whole package of these, like a big package of these. And then I think it was another $1 for a package of like 4, well, this is another one, just little dowels. That's what it originally looked like. And then glue. Ooh. Investment, obviously. Okay, are we back? We're back? Honestly, it's hard to say whether or not it's cheaper. I think a lot of it depends on whether or not you have a good source or an affordable source for getting your fiber. That's something that I struggle with. But depending on where you live, sometimes there's farmers like that have sheep and they just shear them and they just throw out the fiber because the sheep are meat sheep, and some meat sheeps have perfectly good fiber for spinning. So like if you're able to source good fiber, like good affordable fiber, this is probably cheaper if you enjoy the hobby. If you don't enjoy the hobby of making your own yarn, then you might be like, it's not worth it. And then you got to look at, do you want to get into dyeing the really pretty colors and stuff? So I think it all kind of adds up, and in the long run, it depends on how much you want to spend on making it versus, you know, how much you already spend on the pre-made stuff. Yeah, I have to get all my stuff. Like, there is one store in town that I can actually get roving from, but it's like double, maybe 3 times the amount of what I can get buying locally on Etsy. This is the first stuff that I've ever bought off Amazon. this brown and white stuff, which I'm getting distracted with it again. I need to put it away and go back to my bright colors. But there's some, if you look in the right places, you can find some decently affordable roving on places like Etsy, or even, again, depending on where you live, Facebook Marketplace, stuff like that. Yeah, well, it does take time, but you'd be surprised at how quick it starts to go once you get the feel for it. But again, it's one of those things where I don't know if I'm going to like this hobby. That's why making or buying a cheap drop spindle is a good way to test it. And you could be like me, who, when I first got Helga, I had no idea where to find wool, or how I was going to get it. And I actually took acrylic yarn, some of my cheap acrylic yarn that I had, that I was never going to use, and I had 2 dog brushes, which I have not moved. I don't think I've moved those over yet. No, they're still in my camper. But just like the wire dog brushes, and that's what I used to cart. And I combed out all the acrylic yarn and made, if you where is it here? Hold on this screen here, you see that basket of like colorful floofs. That was literally polyfill for like making stuffed animals, combed with acrylic yarn, and I blended it and made little puff balls, and that's what I spun up for my first stuff, because I didn't have wool to spin. So you can, oops, wrong, nope, streaming, there we go, wrong screens. So you can use pretty much anything. And then I have a friend who's a dog groomer, and I reached out to her and was like, hey, I was wondering, and I have a whole box of it still. I did do some spinning. It was a little bit hard because most of it was cut dog hair, but the stuff that was just combed out and taken out of the brush and thrown in, that stuff spun up beautifully. So, hey, if you've got a long, well, even a short-haired cat if you're dedicated enough, but I wouldn't recommend a short-haired cat. But if you've got a long-haired cat, you can spin their fur. I spun up, I really need to bring it here. It's over at my camper still. I spun up a combination of my husky's fur and my cat's fur. And like Mystique, she's short-haired, just like, she basically looks like Pickles. And it came out like kind of like a grayish brown. Actually, her fur, when you brush it, is very similar to this, just a little bit more gray in it. I blended that together and spun up a whole ball of yarn, which I made a hat out of. You know, it depends on, obviously it depends on the fur. You know, a husky's fur is you know, maybe a little bit shorter than, like, say, merino wool. But I well, I guess because that's all I had, I learned to just, you know, and my first attempts at spinning were terrible. They were very lumpy and bumpy and schlubby, but I made some really pretty yarn. I'll have to find it. I do have, with the acrylic stuff that I combed out with the polyfill stuffing, like stuffing. I I made a scarf, or like a triangle scarf, and I was working on, I was going to do like a summer knit top, but that stuff, because it was some of my very early stuff, and I managed to get the thickness I wanted, but it was so overspun. It wasn't the nicest. It looked really pretty though, but it definitely wasn't the nicest. Now if I was to go back and do the same thing, I could probably make it feel a lot nicer. Um, Not as nice as wool, but you make do. If you really want to do something, you'll find a way to do it, and that's what I did. I really wanted to spin, and I didn't have access to wool. And I looked at some stuff online, but I was just like, I couldn't justify the cost, at least not at that time. And then once I kind of got the feel for spinning with my makeshift yarn of polyfill and acrylic yarn and dog hair, I bit the bullet and bought myself a pound of merino, because that's what I want. I'm like, I want merino. I want the really soft stuff. So I think the first stuff I bought it ended up being a superwash, and it came from Poland, and I really liked it. I thought it was like super soft when I first got it, and I was like, oh, I love this. And I dyed some of it up and spun it up and fell in love. And then I found some other merino that ended up being cheaper. Obviously, it's not coming all the way from Poland, and it came out of Ontario. And it was, when I got that and I felt the difference, I'm like, oh my god, this is heaven. It was so soft. I loved working with it, but it was like $40 a pound, and so I was very stingy with how much spinning I could do with it. And I was like, well, I'm almost out of wool. What do I tend to use right now? I tend to use food coloring and vinegar, but I want to get more into natural dyeing, and that's what I'm doing with the black beans. So I took a whole bag of dried black beans, and I soaked them for, I put them in a big gallon jar and soaked them for day and a half, almost 2 days. I just filled it right up to the top, soaked it, and then I strained the water out and put it into 2 smaller jars. And then there's this one, and then this one I shoved another roving on top. And it should come out, when all is said and done, it's all washed up, it's gonna be, it looks gray on camera, but it'll be like a blue color, like a grayish blue color. So, and I also will dye with, which of course it's all in my kitchen, the Mio flavor shots, and like Kool-Aid flavor shots, because they have the citric acid in. So I'll usually, it's not the cheapest, because they're not that cheap, and then I usually use the whole bottle. You don't have to use the whole bottle, but I tend to use the whole bottle in a jar of like hot water, like kettle hot water, and then I stick the roving in, and that's what the red on this sweater was dyed with, was I think it was like Fruit Punch Mio is what this was. So yes, you can. You can do all sorts of different ways of dyeing. That, I think, tie dye, you would have to obviously prep the wool a little bit different. I'm lazy, I really am. And I just like shove things in jars, or I'll throw it in a Ziploc bag. But if you actually took the time, you would be able to like tie-dye some roving. I think they call it like hand-painted dyeing, because you're concentrating the dye in specific spots. I haven't tried it yet though, but you could definitely do that if you took the time. I've also seen some people try the whole snow dye bath, where you like put the snow on top of the roving, and then you put the dye on top of the snow, and then as it melts through. Well, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so if you put the dye on top of the snow and then let the snow melt, you get kind of like a tie-dye there if you do it right. I watched one where someone was experimenting with that, and they used too much snow, so it kind of just sort of went muddy or something. I can't remember how the dye didn't quite turn out so well. Right? I mean, how it's not hard to like, I'm just like, if it doesn't turn out, it doesn't turn out. It was just like some cheap craft supplies from a dollar store that, kids use. That's all mine was. And here, I'll show you how this one comes apart. So it's not as easy to come apart as, and of course I had to wrap it tight. Oh yeah, might help if I take, first you take, don't be like me. First you take the spindle out. Why won't this thing come out? Then you have one piece that's skinnier. So I literally used an X-Acto knife. Was it an X-Acto? Yeah, it was an X-Acto knife and these little wooden dowels and hot glue. And I hot glued them together, shaved off the hot glue. I obviously cut a piece so that the spindle could go through, and then we can start a new ball. We'll just take this right apart. And then this one, I did 2 more of these, but then I put little pieces of dowel between to make the hole. And so it just slides in. You line the holes up. And voila. You have your Turkish drop spindle. So it's very mindless work. If you have better glue, you can use better glue, but hot glue worked perfect for me. And I had to obviously shave it down. I don't know if it'll show up on camera, probably not. But like, there was like ridges of glue, so I like shaved it down and made it as smooth as possible. It has a few catches, but I'm very proud of this. Because I was just like, I want to try something. I want to do something. I don't have the money to buy it. And yeah. Welcome in. I'm glad you arrived at the perfect time. I was just showing how I made my first Turkish drop spindle because I didn't have the money. And it's literally just craft supplies. Hot glue, little dowels, and an X-Acto knife is literally what I used. I cut the dowels. So before I glued them together, I lined up where I needed it, figured out what size of hole I was going to need. It was a rough guesstimate, and then I literally whittled this dowel down until I got the right size to fit. But yeah, so I just used the X-Acto knife because that's all I had, and I cut the pieces shorter, and then the pieces that I cut out of the hole is actually what I used. Oh, I see I need to re-glue that piece. It's what I used as the spacers between here to make it, because you obviously need the slot for it to go through. And could you make it and have it look nicer? Probably. But I just used what I had on hand. And yeah, so I put a spacer at either end and then one on either side. Don't try to pull it out with the dowel in, Megan. So. But yes, if I was to go back and redo it, I would probably make it a lot nicer. But I used what I had on hand. And it turned out. So, is it kind of janky? Yes, it's kind of janky. But I like it. And it spins really nice. So I've used this. I even now still use this to make things. Because it does have a really nice spin to it. Good balance. And I think that part of that is the length of the sticks. That's why I got such a good balanced spin. But yeah, I went with the making it route because I wasn't sure if I was gonna like it enough to spend the money on a nicer looking one. So, and of course I didn't find out about drop spindles until after I had a spinning wheel. So by that point I actually had wool. And you can either tie a leader yarn on there, or you can do what I do and spend the time to literally draft out. Turn it the right way, yeah. Draft out, and you're literally just going to twist it in your hand and then slowly draft until you have the length. So yeah, you can make a leader yard like this if you want. Takes more time. Or you can just tie it on. Well, I tend to dye my colors before I spin because I get bored spinning just plain yarn. But I do want to try. I always try and always end up failing. I'll get like a partial bobbin or something and I'm like, eh. But I want to try doing a full bobbin of undyed roving on my electric eel wheel 6.1 and plying it up and then trying dyeing that way, because with dyeing yarn that's already made up, you can do painted dyes better, because you can basically have an idea of how you want your yarn to look, and you can get some really pretty color patterns in your yarn when you dye it that way. But dyeing the roving beforehand, it's kind of like a fun fun way of going, how's it going to look once it's spun? And there's different ways that you can spin to make it look better, worse, you know, just change it up. Exactly. Yes, I get bored with bland colors, so I like to do variety, and that's why I'm literally just taking a hunk off of each of these 4 colors. And I'll spin up that hunk and then I move on to the next one. And then you get this one, when it's spun and plied, is probably going to have like a really cool stripy barber pole type look, I think. Depends on how I ply it up. If I 2-ply, I'm going to get the barber pole. If I chain ply, it'll be more of just a stripy yarn. I don't sell any I don't sell any yarn yet. But now that I have a studio, I'm hoping to work my way towards, because I really have no interest of, I shouldn't say I don't have any interest, I hate shipping things. So I figure, because I'm not overly interested in the business end of my hobby, I would start by maybe trying having a booth at our local market that we have. So like next year, getting myself a table and trying to sell my yarn and my rovings like that, and just see, like, get a feel for it. And then maybe if I start getting more used to the whole idea of selling my stuff, I'll branch out and start selling some things online. But I'm not there yet. But we could eventually down the road, I might. And yes, those are you talking about the rainbow ones up in the corner with my slideshow? Those I have a plan. I'm going to it'll either be a shawl or like a small throw blanket, and I want to do like a rainbow knit pattern of some sort. So like, yeah, a knit shawl or blanket. I haven't picked out the pattern yet, and I still actually have to wash and set the twists. So lots of getting wet yarn and thwacking it on my deck railing. So I still have to do that, but yeah, I'm excited. It's one of my future projects. I actually really enjoyed spinning those colors up, because I dyed up all the colors, and then I had a shaker box, and I had the colors all in there, and each time I was to spin a new color, I'd shake up the box, reach inside, and it was like, what color am I going to get today? And I enjoyed that. So I'll probably do more projects kind of like that down the road. But yeah, I'm trying to get some variety where some days I knit, some days I spin. Have a good night. Awesome. And I will definitely, I gotta pay attention to the chat more. I'm missing stuff. Right. If I ever decide to sell my yarn, which I know that eventually I am going to. I'm just not there yet. I will definitely let you know. But yeah, I mean, I got to because I know I'm not going to be able to knit it all. But yeah, like my idea will be I'll have. I was even thinking of either learning to make better drop spindles that aren't just held together with hot glue and sticks. But maybe either finding someone who would like to collaborate and sell, like, because we have lots of local woodworkers here, seeing if there's someone there that would like to collaborate and they could sell their spindles on my booth and have some drop spindles made up, like different kinds of drop spindles. I want to sell dyed roving, and then yarn that I've spun up. And then I figure I could do, while I'm waiting for people to buy my stuff, I can do drop spindles and I can have my electric eel wheel there. Oh, darn ads. Yay, freedom! Okay, now where were we? Oh yeah. My plans are, if I do have a booth, I can sit and spin on drop spindles or my electric eel wheels, since I've got 2 of them. Like this is Melanie. She's an electric eel wheel 6.1. She's my latest addition. She was my Christmas/birthday present. And then I have my Nano, who is just called Nano. She's also an electric eel wheel. And she was my first love of electric spinning wheels. Exactly. Lovely to see Melanie. I love Melanie. And then, of course, my drop spindles, which I don't have names for my drop spindles yet, but, you know, I'm sure that will come in time. And I do want to get more. I want to try different styles of drop spindles, possibly even make some myself. But if I can either figure out how to... Maybe I just need to get into woodworking. Another hobby for the channel, because I don't already have enough. You know, get myself some good knives, some pretty wood. You know, I do have a neighbor who has a black walnut tree in his yard. and he prunes it every year. I wonder if I could sweet talk him into giving me some black walnut wood, because that would make some really pretty wood. Yes, collect more. I want to learn how to do support spindles. I want to, even though I like the way the Turkish drop spindle goes, I would like to get into using other drop spindles because they look pretty too. But yeah, so I got, like, of course the container's still out in the kitchen, but I have a whole container of polymer clay. I could make drop spindles with polymer clay. Why haven't I thought about this sooner? I just thought of that. I literally bought it so that I could make a spacer so I could use my nano bobbins on Helga. Exactly. Uh-oh. New hobby indeed. I have a problem. But is it a bad problem? You know? Is it a bad problem? I don't think it's a bad problem. I don't need more stuff, but do I want more stuff? Yeah. Is there a problem with that? Not as long as I can find a spot to put it all. You know? It's only a problem if I can't find places to put all the stuff. And then if I am going to sell my stuff, I could probably, if I made drop 4:20 in the morning. Alrighty, you have a good sleep. I keep forgetting that you're over in like the UK. Have a good sleep. But yeah, like the place that I get my mail is like a little, they're like a campground / novelty store / post office / a few conveniences, but not much. And I could probably, if I was making my drop spindles decent enough, I could probably sell some of those there, because they will sell stuff for local artists. I mean, they do take 25%, but like, I don't care. You know, especially if I'm making just polymer clay drop spindles. But like, it would be a good start to get my stuff out there. And then I'm at least kind of selling stuff without having to ship it. And they would basically do, like, all I have to do is make it, and they do all the work of selling it, if it's gonna sell. I mean, they got a lot of stuff there. For the most part, it's locals coming in, except for like the odd campers. Right? Yes. Speaking of knitting, that's why I have at least one day a week where I have to knit. That I will say that the stream definitely helps me stay on task. So like, I've set up a tentative schedule now. Like Mondays is kind of like linen spinning. I did spin up, this is a bobbin of wool and linen blend that I did spin up. I still got to apply it. But I still have, I have a whole bag of linen still, and I want to try spinning it on its own. So yeah, linen Mondays. And then Wednesdays are like designated for my drop spindle. And then yeah, so like, I'm slowly getting like a schedule of, this is gonna be this is gonna be that. And at least that way I can keep myself focused on working on my top. Because I would like to, you know, I don't think I'm going to have it for summer, but maybe fall? Maybe? Oh yeah, and then I just bought this, and I haven't tried doing anything with it yet, and this is Tencel. I've never used it, but I looked it up because I'm like, I know that when I originally bought it, I knew what it was made out of, but I forgot. It's made out of wood. Obviously, chemicals were involved, but yeah, so this is made out of wood fiber. And it's really shiny and soft and like, look at that. So I have this, and I think I originally bought it with plans of blending it with stuff. So I need to complete projects, and the stream is helping me. Of course, I'm also starting new projects on the stream when I have previous projects. What can you do? Projects and supplies are important. Do I sometimes tend to get overly excited about things all the time? Oops. I knew that was going to happen. I should have wrapped it first instead of just leaving it sit there. But yeah, you need the project. So it's like Monday this day, Tuesday that day, Wednesday was supposed to be this day, but that's boring now. So Wednesday's now going to be this day, you know? It's just hobbies. I have too many of them. But I do have 2 days a week where it's marked as random. So that leaves it open for me to have more hobbies, like making drop spindles, maybe diamond painting. Right. It helps. It really does help. And then it also, like, while streaming, changing it up, it adds variety so people don't get bored with watching the same thing over and over again. Though some people like to watch the same thing over and over again. And I will say that I have, on a few occasions when I couldn't sleep, have put on some of my spinning videos with Melanie, and it knocks me right out. So, oh, 3 different. Hey, winging it is kind of how I tend to do it. Especially when it comes to dyeing. When I dye any of my roving, I'm pretty much winging it. I am just slapping stuff together and hoping that it works. So it's It's looking so pretty. Like, look at this. Look at all those pretty colors. And this camera really does not do it justice. So it's like you see the, like, occasionally it pops up in my slideshow. You'll see the drop spindle with the bright colors on. That's what color these colors actually are, not the muted colors that the camera brings out. I can't wait to see what this is like done. And then it's just a matter of, do I want to two-ply it? Or do I want to chain-ply it? Right. Chain ply is, if you know how to crochet, you'll basically know how to chain ply. You are literally just doing loops. Basically, if you've ever crocheted a chain with your fingers, I do it with my hands. So as it's getting pulled in, I'm literally making loops, and I just kind of like grab the strand and pull it through. And when I first started, it was a bit awkward, but now I've got it like a really nice, good rhythm in. I'm not worried about pulling too much yarn through. Before it was like I have to have every bit of yardage that I can, so I'd make the chains really small, and it was very tedious. But yeah, you're literally just making a chain and going through, and as you're chaining with your fingers, the wheel is spinning it and locking it together. So that's all you're doing. Yeah, it's hold on, where's the it's cool because it doesn't even look like a chain when you're done. I believe this was chain plied. Let me double check. Yeah, this was chain plied. So, it literally just looks. Oh, that dark is not going to show up on camera. Like spun yarn, but it's actually chained and spun. So there's 3 strands. Unwrap it. Come on. I almost had you. So yeah, there's the 3 strands, and it's just basically done like hand crocheting a chain. You're just making the chains bigger, and then the spinning wheel is spinning them up. And this is stuff that I bought these rainbow roll eggs and spun this up on my drop spindle. Plied it on the spinning wheel, but this was all spun up on drop spindle originally. Isn't it pretty? Freaking love the colors on this. I still have no idea what I'm going to knit with that. And believe it or not, I may have been spinning for 4 years, but I'm still fairly new to a lot of stuff. Terminology, I'm not the best on, but I've got the whole chain ply thing down, and the drafting, I got that down. The types of spinning, though, because there's like fractal spinning and all that stuff. That's where I start to get lost. It's the different types of spinning that you can do. Spinning from the fold, I do know that one. I've tried it. I suck at it. And that's where you fold the roving over your finger and you spin from the end. But I don't seem to be able to master that one very well. But it can make some really pretty spinning depending on how your roving is dyed. You'll see when I'm working, you might be able to see it. My camera really doesn't pick it up, but the one thing about pink food coloring, and it seems to usually only be the pink, sometimes purple, but pink food coloring will come off on my hands when I'm spinning. And then once I've washed it up, like once I've spun and plied it and then washed it up, I don't seem to have that problem. But because after dyeing I just rinse it out, and I do give it a good rinse, but with the pink it still wants to stick to my fingers. So I'll get like, if I'm doing a lot of pink spinning, I'll have like pink hands by the time I'm done. Right? You know, and you might, who knows, maybe you won't like it, but you know, sometimes it's fun to try new hobbies. And if you're anything like me, you'll become hooked. I like it because I can experiment, I can make my own stuff closer to what I can afford. My problem that I have now is I'm getting there because I have better spinning wheels now, but to make mass-produced colors, so pretty much everything that I dye in like, they're like 2.5 ounce, I think they're 2.5 ounce rovings, and so they tend to all dye up a little bit different. Even if I'm like going for like the same idea, I usually end up, they'll all be slightly different and not necessarily go together. So I just need to learn how to do big dye projects that incorporate all the roving and make it so that I can have a project all the same without mixing and matching. Because sometimes you just want to make a sweater all the same color, you know? Instead of like this guy here, this was, I think I did about 6 of the hanks of yarn by the end. And each color was basically another hank. And then I ran out and I had to like emergency dye some more yarn. So emergency dye and emergency spin. Yeah, like people that like sell in batches, so like whether it's dyed yarn or if it's dyed roving, a lot of times they will dye in batches or dye up a big enough amount, like an 8 ounce roving or something like that, so that you have the ability to make a decent sized ball of yarn. Whereas all mine are a little bit on the smaller side. Of course, I also spin thin, so I get a decent amount of yardage. But if I was to spin like a worsted weight with how I have my wool turned into hanks the way I do, you wouldn't get that much, I don't think. And someone like me who's always liked to buy, I guess, in bulk. So it's like, I'll look at all those really pretty chunkier yarns that are in the little balls, and you're like, well, that's not going to get me anywhere. I'm going to need like 10 to make my project. I would go for the cheaper, bigger balls of yarn, usually a thinner ply, and I'm like, I could make a whole blanket with that amount. So that's how I always think. But I want to now I'm focusing more on specific projects and dyeing and spinning a lot of my roving for that specific project. So I think on average, one of my hanks, so run away stuff. I need to get baskets for in my closet. So, of course I have pink all over my hands, but oh well. So yeah, this here is roughly, when I measured it out, because I get bugs, and bugs love natural fiber. Like, where we live, it's like you think that you've got it cleaned out and you don't. So it's roughly, I think, 4 arm lengths is what I did. So I just 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, roughly 4 arm lengths of roving is what I did, and I just went through and did them all that size. And I think they come out to about, I want to say like 2.5 ounces, just over 2.5 ounces of roving. Yes, I like crochet baskets, and that is a tempting thing. I'd probably get one done and then be like, okay, I'm burnt out, because I've made crocheted bags before, and I was like, and I would see the crochet baskets and be like, I want to make it, but I burn myself out too easily with. I don't know why, because I could make blankets galore. I don't know. But that would be a good idea, actually. Because I got tons of acrylic yarn, and I could get, like, I could buy, like, rope and make, like, the crocheted rope baskets. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and hope to see you around more, because I really enjoy people that ask me questions about my hobby, and I get to talk about it more, and yeah. And you have a wonderful evening or day. Nice. That's awesome. That is awesome. So this is basically a spun up ball of one of those hanks. And I did, it's kind of like a lace weight spun. It's 3-ply, but it's super thin. And this is what my summer top is getting knit out of. And this one comes to 334 yards. Almost, might as well say 335 yards, and 2.57 ounces. Don't ask me what that is in meters and grams, because even though I'm Canadian, I am more comfortable with this. Right? This was, I think I was using black food coloring, which black food coloring, when pickles, please don't scratch that. My mom has a bunch of, because this was her storeroom, she had a bunch of paper towel, and the bag was opened and kind of like all grungy, so I just took all the paper towel out and I stacked it on the shelf above me, and now Pickles is like, oh, it's a scratching post. Oh, little shit. Pickles. But yeah, so yeah, they're all like roughly about oh yeah, you don't know Pickles yet. Pickles is one of my mom's fur demons. My mom has 2 fur demons. I currently have the other one locked out, so he's behaving and she's the one that's being a brat. But here, one moment. See if I can get her down. That there is my mom's old fur demon. She unfortunately passed away, but she was old. She was 22, I think, when she finally went. And then this is the other fur demon. She's like, no, don't hold me. Hold on. Come here. Make your camera debut. This is Pickles. She will be a year, September 2nd or 3rd. One of those days. And she is currently I think at the beginning of a heat cycle. Oh, ads. Pickles. Right, she is a cutie. She is currently, I think, in the early stages of. She's currently in the early stages of going into season or heat, whichever way you want to word it. She's got to get fixed. Say hi, Pickles. She's like, pet me, but please don't hold me. Oh, you're gonna lay down. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. She's really lovey right now because, yeah. She's feeling the effects of her heat, so she's very lovey. Thankfully, she's not too vocal yet, but I really got to get her fixed. Just she's in heaven right now. She's like, yes, pet me, pet me. You happy, girl? Yes. I know some cats' attitudes change after they get fixed, and some cats don't. Like Mystique, she didn't really change much after she got fixed. That's my cat over. She's over in my camper because I live in that camper, and I use my mom's spare room as my studio. But I am hoping to eventually get her introduced to Pickles and Vinny. So that she can come over here, because I feel bad leaving her in the camper while I'm over here streaming and stuff. So she's in heaven right now. She's forgiven me for giving her eardrops today. She was not happy with me earlier. She's got a mites problem, which she gave to her brother, which I was not happy about, because we just got Vinny's ear mites cleared up. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you are being so adorable right now. Does that feel good? Yeah? She's never been much for being held. Yeah, because we got Vinny. He's orange. He's probably sleeping right now. If he was meowing at the door, I would let him in. But we got Vinny, and then a year later, actually it was a year and a few months, we got Pickles. So we just got him, like, we got him fixed. I got his ear mites all cleaned up, and he was doing really good. And then, of course, we got Pickles, and she was born outside. She was an outside kitty. She was one of the kittens that our neighbor's cat had. She was actually born underneath this house because Buckles found a way to get in under the house and had her kittens there. You're so cute. You're so cute. But yeah, she had ear mites, and so now we have 2 cats with ear mites, and I've been treating them, and just when I think they're doing good, they rear up again. So yeah. Yeah. Really. I don't know if you can hear her talking, but she murmurs. Yeah. Yeah. Pickles. Come here. Yeah, thankfully she's not really loud. Oh God, you're so. Yeah. Extra lovey. Lubby? Yes, lubby. Lubby is the new word for love. Yeah. Are your ears bugging you? Yeah. You need more medicine. She was not happy with me because I did both of her ears. And the first one, she was just like, I hate you. And then I got the second one, she was just like, ah! She wouldn't come near me. Oh. She wouldn't come near me for like 2 hours. Every time she saw me, she'd run the other way. Yeah. Do you know what you want? No. No, you don't. You just know that you feel a certain way, and it's driving you nuts. You know, you really shouldn't do that stuff on camera. It's kind of rude. Yeah. Right? Exactly. If it was Vinny, it would be the other way. He's like, excuse me while I splay myself on camera and clean away. Do you want to go down? You can get out. You're small enough. That's how you got in. I love her little chitter chatter. Yeah, go find your brother. Pester him. But yeah, so I have my cat Mystique. And my camper trailer is like, I have a window here. And my camper is like literally right outside. So my thought process, I have to do some work on the window because it's a trailer, and so we have two panes, and the outside pane, like the frames or whatever, I don't know what happened to them. They just went missing. So whoever owned this place before my mom got it, they just cut two panes of glass and then silicone them in the center. So I just gotta take the silicone off, like warm it up, peel it off, and then I can open that glass and build a cat ramp, and put a cat door in here. Or it doesn't even need a cat door, I can just open the window. And Mystique, she goes out on a harness and a lead the majority of the day. I'll put her in at night, but during the day she pretty much spends the whole day outside. So she'd be able to come up on her lead. I could take her off, let her inside, and she can wander around this room and smell the other two cats from under the door. I just have to... We have like a... I don't know, I think it's like almost like a 2-inch gap underneath our doors in the trailer. And Pickles is small enough to crawl under them. So I just need to get something to stop her from being able to crawl under the door. And then Mystique can come in here and they can slowly get used to each other. And she can spend time with me because I feel bad leaving her by herself all the time. Because like pretty much all my crafts are over here now. So it's like sometimes in the morning I'll come over and then I'll like go home in the afternoon time for a little bit, hang out with her and stuff, and then yeah, that's what I was thinking. I do also have, I just gotta find it. I actually bought a type of like it's a stick-on plastic rubber door thing, and it's 4 doors like that. I just don't know if it'll be strong enough or if I have enough to do, because I think I would have to do both sides of the door. Or it might be too flimsy and Pickles will be able to get through. She's not very strong, but yeah, that's exactly it. Depends on how much Pickles wants to get in. And Mystique is very... Well, she's territorial, so she does not like other cats in her territory. But since this would be kind of... Well, it's their territory, but neutral ground because they're locked outside of the room, I think it will be okay. But it can't hurt to try. And eventually they're going to have to get to know each other. Because unless my mom lives well past Mystique's age, eventually I'm going to be getting... Hi, baby. I'm going to be getting 2 more cats. So I can't have like... It's like, okay, I have 2 more cats. These 2 live in the house, and my other one lives over in the camper, and I'm never there anymore because that's... Yeah, I don't want to think about it like that or anything like that. But eventually she's going to have to get to know these guys. Cats live a long time. And these 2 are kittens. And Mystique is not that old either. Ooh, I love the color change in this. There was some lighter patches. I don't know if it'll show up on camera. But see, it's got like the darker pink because there was kind of like blue mixed in with that pink. And now it's going lighter. I just love the color differences. Like this piece has a little, I think there might be like a little bit of, not white, but like lighter pink from the way the dye hit here. I just, yeah. This is what's so fun with dyeing the roving first is you never know what it's going to look like once it's spun up. You found the piece of shortbread. She's very much a human food cat. And I had these like shortbread cookies. And there was one left. And she found it. So she's nibbling on it. Her name, she actually got, Pickles got her name from our neighbor's daughter. She was the one who named her, and we just, like, she looked adorable. And her full name, because we didn't want to change it, but we wanted to add to it. So her full name is actually Sweet and Spicy Pickles. And then sometimes we call her Piccolo. But that's just a nickname. But yeah, Sweet and Spicy Pickles. Because sometimes she's sweet and sometimes she's spicy. When we first got her, she was very spicy. She was like this little tiny kitten, and she was all like, I'm the boss here. Stay away from me. You're gonna do what I say. And Vinny, being just the sweet-natured boy that he is, he just kind of sat back and looked at her like, you're cute. You're cute. You're gonna be one of my toys. Right? Yeah. It was a good name. And then Vinny's full name is, unfortunately, we couldn't get it all on the vet account, but his full name is Sir Vincent Rojo, the Tornado Flopper, because he would go from one extreme to the other. So he'd just be like running through the house like a complete tornado, just like tearing everything up, and then he would flop and just be like, okay, I'm good. So yes, originally his name was just going to be Vincent Rojo, but you know, once his personality came out, oh yeah, that name got extended. But at the vet, it's just Sir Vincent Rojo. Because Tornado Flopper wouldn't fit in. But he just basically goes by Vinny. He has your typical orange cat personality. He is your classic ginger. He flops. He likes to lay upside down. He grinds his teeth. He goes from being just like completely laid back and sweet to, even now fixed, not as much, but even now fixed, he will suddenly get the zoomies. But he definitely settled down a lot after we got him fixed. And then getting Pickles helped too. Because she wears him out. Yeah, he is very ginger. I don't know. I don't have a scene on here of him, but I can do this because I can put this one back. Doo-doo. I don't think I have any like recent ones of him. Well, this is somewhat recent. That's not the one I wanted to change. This is the one I wanted to change. Dang it. Where's that picture? There it is. There. So this here is Vinny. He's a very orange boy. He's completely orange. He's got the classic tabby markings with the O on his side. Right? He is, I love him. He is my baby. Mom's always jealous because he would come to her and she would pet him and stuff, but he's very solid, so he's quite heavy, so she couldn't really hold him. So like basically he would lay beside her. That was about as much cuddles as she could get out of him. And then I come over and it's just like, sissy, and I like pick him up and he just like flops in my arms and he's like, hold me, I don't leave me. And he's always been that way. He's my baby. And honestly, if I could get him and Mystique and Pickles all together, it would be perfect. It would be absolutely perfect. So we just got to get Mystique over here, and we need to get her adjusted. Can't remember if I had that one centered or if I had, oh well, good enough. I want them to all love each other. My mom is texting me. Pickles. Pickles. Say hi to Mama. Say hi, Mama. Say hi, Mom. Feel better. Yeah. Sending her a little video. She's in the hospital right now, so she very much misses her kitties. Look how pink. The camera really doesn't do it justice, but you can see how pink my hands are getting from that pink roving. Yeah, I'm hoping so too. She was close to being able to come out of the hospital, but then she had to go back and get a couple tweaks done on a couple of her surgeries that she had. So, but she seems to be healing up good, so fingers crossed she'll be able to come home soon, because I never thought that I would miss my mom so much. I'm like, I went from like, over at my mom's all the time, having to help her with this, having to help her with that, and now that she's not here, there's times when I'm just like, I kind of miss Mom. I wish she was here. Like, especially when it's like, when I want to show her new ideas and stuff. Thank you. She'll appreciate the good vibes. Pickles is trying to figure out a way that she can play with this. But yeah, I don't mind if she lays up here, as long as she doesn't start attacking what I'm spinning. She doesn't like my spinning wheels, like Melanie and Nano. She doesn't like those, so she won't sit up here, but she seems okay with the drop spindle, so that's good. I just love how pretty this stuff is. Like, there's so many different tones to this pink because of the way that I dyed it. I dyed it with blue, so there's like a mix of the blue and the pink, and then of course they blend together and you got like a bit of purple, and it's just, I don't know if the camera's gonna show. Yeah, like look at, oh, I lagged. But like look at how oh, come on, stop blurring. The different shades in that pink. It's just insane. Alrighty. You may be diamond painting. So I may or may not be diamond painting tonight. I mean, that's a form of resting and relaxing. So how close are you to being done, or are you starting a new picture? I'm not sure if you've that's the Jack and Sally one. Once you get to that, like, that's one thing I found, especially with mums, or even like the second half of my mushroom one, when you get to where it's like pretty much all the one color, it really goes fast because you're just like boop 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 boop. You're not spending time switching colors or anything like that, and it's like you blink and it's like, holy crap, I've got this much done already. Not sure if Mum can find the link to my stream, so let's send her a link. She's got a ton of data now. She doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Because something happened and she literally went through like 20 gigs of data in like less than a month. Like I think it was like maybe halfway through her monthly bill, she was maxed out, and it's like, what? And even though she has unlimited, Her unlimited, she only has. I thought it was 50 gigs data. No, it's only 20 gigs of data, and then they straddle her, right? So there's no point. You don't really have data at that point. So I went on to her account, and they had a really good deal for like not quite $10 less. I'd say about $5-6 less than what she was already paying, and she could get 100 gigs of data. So I was like, yeah, we're getting you a new plan for your phone. It's time to upgrade your plan. Phone needs to be upgraded too, but we'll just work with the plan for now. You're waking up enough that you want to try and play with that now, hey? This is not a toy. No, this is not a toy. I know, you really want to play with it. Thankfully, you're a fairly nice cat when it comes to playing. Not like your brother, who would love to shred his toys. Oops. Ooh, that was close. Nice. I'm excited for your next stream so we can check out how the wheel works. She's getting sleepy, and I like that she can just sit there and chill all she wants. to play with it, but you can't. Exactly. And then you can always have like some stream nights where it's like every hour you spin it, or you could have nights where it's like you just spin it at the beginning and that's what you work with. Or maybe you could set up a channel points thing, or I don't know how bits work, but like a bit one where or something where they have to people could choose, be like, hey, we think you've been working on this project long enough. That might be interesting too down the road, obviously. And then they could like choose to spin the wheel. That'd be kind of fun. Yes. Yeah, that's why I was thinking, I don't know how bits work, but maybe it could be something to do with bits. I don't know how those work. It's definitely something to think about for like down the road. Look how pink the spindle's getting because of this pink yarn and the pink on my hands. Pickles is like, ooh, I can chew on that? No. No. I always enjoy after I'm done spinning and I can, oh, you want in, Bubba? Hold on. 1 second, guys. I'm coming. Move that stuff out of your chair. Here you go, buddy. Yeah. You miss me? Come here. Oh, God, you're heavy. Okay. The big one has come for cuddles and to say hi. What's that smell, hey? What's that smell? Yup. See how huge he is compared to Pickles? He's a big, big solid boy. Right? Come here. You're gonna drive me nuts with your floppy flops. There we go. This is how the Vinny likes to be held. He's my flopper. Tickle Papa. Yeah. He is. And then he likes his neck scratches. Take him neck scratches and you sweet talk him, and sometimes he does air biscuits. Right, Bubba? Because you're a good boy. Gonna do the air biscuits? Or are you just gonna chill? It's like, no, I'm happy just like this. Hi, Pickles. Now don't pester your brother. He's being very good right now. It's, hey, leave your brother alone. Yeah. Leave your brother alone. Look at that. Look what you did. Right? I'm sorry, buddy. Get your nose out of his butt. That is a chunk of ear dirt. Haha, we like that. That was a big chunk of ear dirt that came out. Yeah. Yeah. Get the puppy. Oof. Okay, he's off to wander now. Oh, I didn't know that you could do that. Just for shits and giggles, I was... Oh! Why, thank you! I have this giant thing with lemonade in it, and I keep forgetting about it. I think you're the first person to ever redeem any points on my channel. I feel special now. Yeah, I don't think anyone's used any of the channel points. Not that I have anything. I gotta set up some channel points. I'm still learning these things. I'm not very good at it. Oopsie. Shelly remembers I haven't used any points on her channel yet. Oops. I don't have any good ones though. I literally made the hydrate one, but I want to make a stretch one. Oh, that's a pretty. Is it gonna show up? It's not gonna show up, is it? The pink and purple, almost barber pole. Right. That twisted together so beautifully. I love that. Hello! Enjoy the lurk. You know, I used to use Twitch Studio as well. But this computer that I got for my studio, because I wasn't going to bring my big gaming computer over, it couldn't handle Twitch Studio. It was like, it needs too much oomph. I don't have that. So I had to learn OBS, and surprisingly, yes, I did need some help with a few things, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's just a matter of having to add sources. So like any of your web stuff, you just have to like hit the plus sign, say add browser, and then you can just post the link that you need. So that one was pretty easy and straightforward. Mine was, what was it that I had the issue with? Oh, learning how to find like your chat and everything. I found that is under docs. So you have like the docs tab where it like tells you like what you can have visible. So like chat and your stream information and all that stuff. That took me a while to get that figured out. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that once I learned a couple things, how quick I was able to pick up OBS. And then it also helped that I had a friend that knew OBS, and K-Play, Shelly's husband, has also given me a few pointers on things. Right? Yeah, it took me a while. I know that my friend did show me how I could like change my camera to be a certain way. And I did have everything set up that way, but then I went and oopsed, and I was trying to figure something out, and I think it had something to do with my follower goal or something like that. And I was trying to make it fit right, and I accidentally, where is it? Resize output source or output. I did that, and I screwed everything up, and I had to start from scratch. I was like, oops. But then I got it figured out. But yeah, it messed everything up. Every single one of my scenes. Not that I had a lot, but yeah, everything was... Yeah, and I figured it out on my own. I was very proud of myself. Do I remember exactly how I fixed it? No, but I did figure it out on my own. By fiddling around with things. I think it just kind of like changed everything to like 800 by 600 or something like that. And so I just had to like change it back to the proper setting somewhere. But yeah, it was like, I think the second time that I was using OBS to stream, and it was like right before a stream, and I messed it right up, and I was like, so then I kind of like fiddled around and made do with what I had, and then eventually, yeah, I figured it out. tentacles. I just love the look of this because it's like reminds me of something that you would see in like those hippie stores, like hemp stores, where they sell all the hippie stuff and the incense and the hemp clothing, and that's what it reminds me of when I look at that. It reminds me of like some sort of like hemp string, just the way it's colored and spun. Yeah, and like mine is very basic. I could do a lot more with mine, but I'm learning as I go, and I get overwhelmed easily, so I've just been taking it very slow. Yeah, I know. It's just, oh, I love it. It's just so pretty. See, technology stuff doesn't come easy to me like crafting does. So I get overwhelmed very easily on doing stuff, and the thing is I can do most of it. Like if someone shows me how to do something and I like physically see and understand as they're doing it, I can catch on real quick. But if someone just kind of like tells me how to do something, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, because I'm such a visual learner. And then some stuff I can remember and have no problem, and then other stuff someone could like show me like 3-4 times and I still will have to be like, how do I do this again? Yeah, they do, and some videos help me, but every time I go and look up something, they rush through everything so quick, or they're like, yeah, this is beginner friendly, and they're going through, and I'm like, I'm already lost. You aren't very good at beginner friendly. My brain does not compute what you're talking about. Like the whole getting the whole frosty tools to work for me. I could only find one video. I'm sure there's more. I just could only find one video, and the guy was talking about all the great features, but he wasn't telling me how to get it onto my stream, and I thankfully guessed half of it, and Dawn helped me with the last piece. Right? Yeah, videos definitely help for sure. Um, but yeah, I just so it's like with the frost. I love the Frosty Tools bot for its shout outs and stuff. But it had 2 links. And I was like, okay. And so I was like, okay, well, I know that you add browser sources with OBS, so like I added both of them as browser sources. And I could do a shout out and it would show up on my it would appear on my screen, but nothing was showing up in my chat, and that was because I needed to put one link in my chat and basically like give it mod permissions. I had no idea that I had to do that. And Dawn just kind of like mentioned it to me. I'm like, oh, that's the step I'm missing. Yeah. I like this one. This one is really cool. With at least with the Frosty Tools, and it's it work? Did it work? Did it work? Yeah! I love this one. 11th Shadow Dragon, the howdy gamer who's crafting a channel full of fun, from cozy Stardew farms to pixelated Minecraft adventure. They're your go-to for chill videos and family-friendly streams. Whether they're stitching in Stardew or surviving in Minecraft, you're in for a cape-worthy time. Join the flock and grab your capes while drops are hot. See, I love that shout out. And it was like so simple. I didn't have to do anything other than add a couple links in. Yeah, it generated it all on its own, and there's like different options where you can set it to like Dr. Seuss themed, Vikings themed, Shakespeare themed, and yeah, it's just frostytools.com. And you just connect your account, you add in the links, so you have the one link that you add into the chat bar. That one I learned. And then the other link, you can add it onto your OBS and it'll show up on the screen, which I don't really need that one. I might take that one off. But it's so fun and cool, and it changes, so it's not the same every time. So it basically takes what you've been doing. So like if your title says you're doing this or whatever, and your bio has this, or your schedule has something. Mine, when Shelly does a shout out for me, mine often will mention her name in there as well, because we do, not every Saturday, but almost every Saturday we do a stream together, where we basically sit and knit and spin together and chit chat. Right? I love it. It is awesome. And I mean, if I can figure it out, anybody can figure it out, because I don't know how to do anything on here. I tried to do a really cool like overlay thing. I could not get that thing figured out for the life of me, and I gave up yesterday. But I got the Frosty tools. Right? There you go. Yeah, I'm really happy I have this one. I love it. Nice. Welcome back. On my end, it says the ads are still going, but some people get lucky and they only have one little ad, and then other times, my mom one night had 6 ads. I was like, holy cow, 6 ads in a row. I was like, they were probably short ads, but still. Loving the colors on this. It is so pretty. And I have so much of this stuff. Like, I have these floofs. I have this bag of floofs, which equals the exact same amount as those other ones. And I have this bag, which I plan on taking to my blending board. And that's like the equivalent of the 2 sections here. Because I split the rovings in half this way, and then I split them in half that way. Yeah, I have my blending board. I still haven't brought it over from my camper yet. But I was thinking of blending up some roving. I don't know if I'll do it on the drop spindle or if I'll do it on one of the wheels. But I think it would just be like a different colorway. So like I'm doing a colorway with this one, doing it this way. This one I might do a little bit different. You know, like maybe longer strips or something. I don't know yet. And then yeah, so I potentially could do 4 different balls of yarn that have a different colorway each if I really wanted to. Same colors, but like different way. Just like different ways of spinning, different ways of blending the colors together. I really want to experiment with these colors. You okay, Papa? Was that hot? Is that the problem? Was that hot? It scared you? Do you want to go back up? You want to go back up? There you go. Yeah, please don't scratch at that paper towel. You can lay on it like a bed, I guess, but no scratching at it. Why is this paper towel covered in cat fur? Well, the cat decided it was her bed. Eventually I'm gonna get another camera because this one obviously is too stationary. But right now she's not doing it, but usually she'll sit on the corner of the shelf, the top shelf, and she looks down and she looks like a gargoyle watching me. Exactly, if it's comfy, it's comfy, and I'm gonna make it a bed. I keep looking at the jar and going, I can't wait to rinse this out and wash it and see what color I get. I have dyed with black beans before, and I got some really pale blues, like grayish blues, like this is kind of turning out, and then I had some superwash wool that I used, and that came out a really pretty sky blue. So, that was one thing that I loved about that wool, was I was shocked at how well it took color. It was just like, ooh, I like this. And when I have mordant, I will redo the black beans. I have dyed with turmeric, and I enjoyed it. Do not dye with the powder. Otherwise, you're going to be forever trying to get that powder out of your roving. But buying turmeric root, you'll get yellow. Onion skins also makes a really pretty... Do I... No, I don't. I have all my other stuff over... Let's look in this bag of wonders, but I don't think it's in here. No, this is just all my more roving. I bought a 1 pound bag of ends, colored ends, and then I divided them all up. So I got tons of that. But yeah, Onion Skins makes a really pretty, like, orangey yellow, similar to, like, my follower goals color. And then avocados, you can use the skins and the pits. I dry mine, and they do pink, like a dusty rose pink, like it's kind of palish, but it's really pretty. And what else have I dyed with? Coffee, I've managed to get like it was a long time ago, but it was like a really light beige color. And all this stuff I dyed without mordant, so it's like I either used vinegar or nothing kind of thing. So I'm excited because Thursday I'll be getting some alum mordant, and I want to try using that. Right? I mean, I'm still a beginner when it comes to dyeing, but I've tried a few things. Bright colors, if you want bright colors and you don't want to spend the money on acid dyes, food coloring, or like Kool-Aid and Mio and stuff work really well for that. As well, again, the camera does not do it justice, but if you look at the pictures in the slideshow, you can see what the real colors are. And yeah, I've washed this sweater, like the bottom part and the brown part were dyed with acid dyes, but I didn't dye it properly, so the black didn't really stick. And this one, I did 2 types of black acid dyes, and the one, if you don't quite do it right, you'll get brown, which I actually like the brown, so I don't complain about it. And then you can get like brown, blue, and black out of it. And when I dyed it, this one, I didn't have... I don't know if it was because I didn't have enough acid or if the water wasn't hot enough, but it dyed brown, which I like the color. I really like the color. And you'll see that there's like bits of gray in it, and that was like blue, so it was like blue and brown. And then this stuff I dyed with a different, well, some of it I dyed with some food coloring in well as well, and it has a little bit of different colors. But this I dyed with a different type of black acid dye, and it had a blue background to it. And again, I don't know if it was because I didn't put like if it was just not heated enough, or if I didn't put enough vinegar in, but it ended up pretty much all the color came out. I was washing and washing and washing and washing, trying to get the color to stop running. And this is what I was left with. So this part faded quite a bit, but I still love the way it looks, so I'm not complaining. But it's stopped fading now. It stopped running color. I do occasionally, when I wash my sweater, I will get a very subtle red tinge, but the color hasn't faded since I did it, so I don't know where the red's coming from. I think next time I do a wash on this, I think I'm going to do a vinegar soak on it. See if that stops what little color is coming out. And maybe it's the soap I'm using. I'm just using Woolite laundry detergent on it. So maybe it's doing something with the dye. But yeah, other than the gray fading to a little bit lighter, it really hasn't changed in color. I think I actually have, I have pictures of this on my Instagram of what it looked like when I first finished it, before I had to do the, the balls of yarn, after I spun it up, I had to do like a ton of washing, but then like the first two washes of that sweater, there was a lot of dye that came out. Right? I love it. It ties everything together. This was, I think the darker red was kind of, I put a little tiny bit of that black, the brown black as I call it, in, and then I used the fruit punch fruit punch Mio. I think that's what I did. There was a little tiny bit of the brown in there, and then mostly red, and I got I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how I did it, but I loved the colors that I came out with. It just, yeah. My mom's having trouble getting into the stream. I think it has to do with the fact that her VPN's on. That and the Wi-Fi at the hospital is not good. So it if you want to actually like watch something, you got to turn the Wi-Fi off. Hence the reason why I had to up her phone plan, because she burned through her data watching YouTube videos and my streams. Poor girl. Yeah, but you know, she was due for an updated plan anyways, so she got, originally she was at and you'll know it's an old plan when I say, she was at a 20 gig unlimited phone plan. So she had 20 gigs, and then once she hit the 20 gigs, they throttled her, which means basically worse than dial-up, and you might as well not use your data for anything. And then, not blue, it's green. Green is next. And then, now for like $5-6 cheaper, I got her 100 gigs of data, unlimited. Now the throttle is worse than her old one, but I would be shocked if she went through 100 gigs in 1 month. I mean, I'm sure she could do it, but she does use the Wi-Fi. She just needs the Wi-Fi off, or the data for, like, if she's watching my streams. See, and that's mom as well. Um, I'm at well, I'm up to a 10 gig plan now. I'm with a different company. I could have gone higher, but I wanted the cheaper phone bill, and I'm almost always on Wi-Fi. But because she is stuck in a hospital, and the hospital Wi-Fi is very subpar, there's certain things that she can't do on that Wi-Fi. So like watching my stream is just, it's too much bandwidth for the, or whatever it is, for the Wi-Fi to handle, especially, you know, a whole hospital of people using it. So she'll turn the Wi-Fi off, but when she's at home, she's, which is usually where she is, she's always, like, she's never ever had a problem. It's just recently. But I was like, the plan is cheaper than what she had, and she's getting 80 more gigs of data. So whether she needed that much or not, it was still cheaper than what she was paying. It's like, man, I wish I had that deal, but my phone bill's cheaper, so. Exactly. My mom's like all like fussing because she's got her VPN turned on, which I know that Twitch and VPNs don't necessarily get along on the phone. And she's getting like a notification saying that the link I sent her was unsafe. And I was like, well, it's probably your VPN. And she's like going off. And I'm like, Mom, just go to the Twitch app. You have the app on your phone. Just take the 2 seconds to go to the Twitch app and go in manually. Don't click on my link if you think it's unsafe. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Exactly. She just, she forgets how to and she gets confused on finding things. So she likes when I just send her the link, because then she can just click on the link and it takes her right to the stream. But she doesn't follow that many people on Twitch. She follows me, she follows Shelly, and she follows uh Dawn Dusted Gems, or why can't I think of Dawn's name? Dawn to Dust Gems. So I think those are the only 3 people that she follows on Twitch. And so it's not going to be hard. You click on the app. It's see my name, you click on it. Yeah. She's a master of making mountains out of molehills, so I always bug her about that. Well, I don't know how to look. You haven't tried yet. Just go here. Well, what if it doesn't work? Just go. Exactly. Shelly's not streaming. I don't think Dawn is either, so it's not going to be hard for her to but you know, that extra effort when technology is already too confusing and you're tired. Exactly. By the time she figures out how to get onto the stream, I'll be like, okay, well, I'm done for the night. And she'll just be watching the video, the after video. Oh, look at how pretty, because there's like 3 colors showing right now. Actually, 4 if you look closely. Let me get this wrapped up. I hate that it mutes it so much. But you got the green, the purple, the pink, and then right at the very bottom is blue. Isn't that so pretty? It's like I've been spinning on a drop spindle for over a year now, and I still get fascinated with how pretty the balls on the Turkish drop spindle can be. I also gotta fix this spindle because I have a catch that the wool likes to. There's 2 catches. I'll have to take my Dremel to it. I literally whittled this stick down with an X-Acto knife because I didn't have anything else at the time. And it was just like one of those cheap dollar store X-Acto knives, you know, that are like flimsy and floppy, and how I haven't cut my finger off yet using that as something to whittle with. Exactly. I don't know what kind of project I'm gonna do. I know that this stuff is not the best for socks because it does shrink, so I don't think I want to do socks because I would be constantly having to hand wash my socks. And socks need more than hand wash. But maybe a scarf or a hat. Could probably do fingerless gloves. But, because those won't get as dirty as socks. So those could be hand washed, no problem. pattern that this does. And it's so pretty. Honestly, there are times when I will make these up and honestly want to just leave them as is for display, because it's just like it reminds me of, you know, those people that make the candles with all the different layers of colors. That's what this reminds me of. I had one, it was just a little one, but it was a mushroom one, and I absolutely loved it. I wouldn't burn it because it was so pretty. I didn't want to burn it and get rid of the pretty pattern. And I had that thing for years, and I don't know what happened to it. I don't even remember where I got it. I think someone gave it to me. It's also a hobby that I could get into one day. Thankfully, I know I don't have the space for that. Candle making. I remember when I was a kid once trying to make candles, like dip candles. And I was just like, I used some old melted wax from other candles, and I had recycled wicks, and I was like dipping it in, and God, I wasn't that old. I think I got them about the size of like a baby carrot, you know, those little baby carrots, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. Right? I think I would have a lot more patience to do it nowadays. Not to mention, I also know that, you know, you dip it into the hot wax and then you can like dip it into the cool water and it helps the wax set faster. I wasn't doing that, so I just kept dipping it. And it was taking forever. More. I want more. Give me more. Do not fight me. There. figured out why she was having trouble. She had her VPN set to UK. That's not the first time that's happened to her. It is not the first time. And I think sometimes she'll like connect to it so that she can watch certain videos in the UK. But yeah, if she doesn't switch it back, she can't do like anything on half the websites. So, yeah. It's like if you're going to connect to a VPN and you're not watching specific videos that take place in a country that you can't get. Hello! How's it going? We are dropping spindles tonight. And talking very passionately about yarn and fiber. There you are, Mom. Yeah, I had to update Twitch too. You have to update that app once in a while. Yeah, but your VPN was set to UK. So no wonder your things were acting squirrely. Remember last time it got set to UK? You can't have your VPN set to UK and expect it to function properly for Canadian sites and things like that. I am spinning on my Turkish drop spindle. Let me get this wrapped up and I'll show you the really pretty colors that I'm working with. So this is what it's looking like right now. And there's a combination of pink, purple, green, and blue all in here. Oh, why can't you hear me? Turn your volume up. Yeah, I figured everyone else could hear me. Just Mom having technical issues. For anyone who doesn't know, Forte is my mom. And she occasionally comes into the stream. She knows virtually nothing about technology. So it can be a hit and miss on whether or not she's able to actually get in to the streams and hear me. Can you hear me yet, Mom? that's cool. Animal rescue is awesome. I can't talk tonight. I have no idea if Mom's figured anything else out. She's not chatting to me in the chat, which means she might have lost the Twitch chat. That happens to her too. How's the diamond painting coming along, Shelley? Have you finished it yet? Oh my goodness. Footloose. Big Bump. Those are the cutest names. No, I like that. My sister and brother-in-law used to have a beagle. Riley, he was awesome. I don't know if they still have him or not. He'd be pretty old if they do. But he was a sweetheart. I used to love Riley cuddles. Ooh, it must have got cool outside. Furnace cut in. Thank you. I have my Medusa, labrae, my nose, and eyebrow. And then I have my ears, but this one's my favorite. I love it. It was one that I wanted to get for years, and so many people told me, oh, don't do that, don't get that. Yep. So I went and got it. I don't know if she can hear me yet. But she's reading the chat, and I think she's seeing your name and getting confused. Me? Still don't know if she can hear me or not. Oh good, you can hear me. It's my drop spindle. My Turkish drop spindle. This is my nitty naughty. She's seen better days. I'm spinning up, I'm alternating between this pink. Remember when I was dyeing this and I was showing you? This is the pink and blue dyed one, a hunk of it. And then once I do a hunk of the pink, I do the purple, and then I do the green, and then blue. And right now I'm currently spinning a hunk of blue. Ooh, Mom, I gotta show you. I ordered, I think I told you I ordered it, maybe not. But I ordered some wool on Amazon from this one site. I don't know what kind of wool it is. It just says 100% wool, and it's definitely like factory cleaned. It's a little bit over cleaned, so it's a bit dry to work with. But I ordered a pound of it. Look at how pretty this is. Yeah, well, don't worry about that link right now. The fact is, you're in here. So that's all that matters. But look at this pretty, they call it zebra. And I think they've just combed like 2 different colored rovings together. And I think they're both natural. Like I think this mocha doesn't look dyed. So I think that's what it's supposed to be. Isn't it pretty? Yes, we have lots of money left. But I'll show you what it looks like spun up. I did a test spin last night. Look at how pretty that is. No, or no. I meant nice. It came out no. Yeah, that's a lot of rows, especially for how tired you were. I ordered it just the other day. It came really quick. I was not expecting it this quickly. But I ordered it the other day. It was within my price range, and I have a whole pound of it. The only thing I wish is that I knew what breed of sheep. Like, is it a mix of breeds or what? Is it Corriedale? It's definitely not Merino. But no, boo. Right? Yeah, I find if I do a little bit of diamond painting before stream, that seems to like or like sometimes I'll do a little bit after stream, and that seems to like get the need to diamond paint out of my system. I know. I'm so excited. Cause like, is it Wednesday today? So yeah, like I have tomorrow off, so I can like fully focus on your stream come stream time. If you don't stream too early, I do have adulting that I unfortunately have to do tomorrow. My aunt is coming. Well, unless the weather decides to rear its ugly head again, my aunt is supposed to be coming over tomorrow to help me find the yard again. Oops. Because the lawnmower just can't handle it where it's at now. So she's bringing her weed eater over, and she's gonna knock it out, at least enough for me to mow. And then I can go back over it with the lawnmower. I finally have gas for the lawnmower. Yeah, Pickles is sound asleep up on the shelf. I think Vinny's sound asleep somewhere else. Vinny! Yeah, no, he's not coming. He's out. But he might make an appearance. Hi, Pickles. You gonna come down and say hi to Mom? You don't look like you're moving anywhere. She's just looking at me with sleepy eyes. At least I was able to send you that little video before you logged on. When Pickles was laying on the desk. Well, I'm sorry. That link had yelled at you because you were connected to UK VPN. That's why it was yelling at you. And so now it's just gonna yell at you for a bit. My mom loves cats. She is a cat fanatic. At one point, she had 13 of them. She would get a cat, take it down to the vet to get fixed, and come back with another cat that needed a home. So, she was, yeah. She misses her kitty cats, and that's the cats that you see on my stream right now are Pickles and Vinny, and their mom's cats. If we didn't already have 2 cats, but yeah, no. Between my cat and her 2 cats, we have 3 cats that we very much love. And as much as another cat would be awesome. Yeah, but we're in Canada. So that might be a little bit more paperwork. But if I didn't already have 3 cats, it would be kind of cool to look into. But beginning to think Pickles has allergies, Mom. Aww, right around Steeker's age, I think. I think that's right around where she's at. I'm trying to think. We got her in 2000. Was it 15 or 16? I think it was 2015 when we got her. So 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. Yeah, she's 8. Mom, we're not getting another cat. even if it is feasible. It's crazy to think that Mystique's 8 years old already. Hi, baby. Hi, Bubs. You want to come down? Yeah? You come down? Oof. You're good. Look, Mom. We don't need another cat. Look at Pickles. She's like, love me, Mom. Don't forget about me. As soon as you started talking about adopting another cat, she decided to come down. So, even though she can't read, she knew. She thinks that you're gonna try and replace her. She's totally focused. I don't even think she's noticed that her cat is here. Mom. Pickles. Look. Your baby. Yeah, I know how many cats you had. We're not getting that many cats anymore. You have 2 handfuls already. Oh no, it's all good. I like listening or reading about. I like the animal talk. Mom's just a daydreamer. Look at this sweet fur fluff. Yes. Yes, I know. I know. I know. She's in heat, or going into heat, so she's goes through phases of I'm uncomfortable and I don't know how to get rid of this feeling. I gotta get her fixed. Yes, we gotta get you fixed. We gotta get your ears cleaned. They can do a real good cleaning on you there at the vet. Get your claws trimmed so when you're making biscuits on my arm, I don't get claw marks. Yeah. Yeah. You're just a total snuggle bug right now. Yeah. I know. It's just trailer creaks. You think Vinny's out there? You think Vinny's out there? Yeah, I know. We're really starting to think you have some sort of allergy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, she's really uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. Oh, I know. And I'd love to get in that ear with a Q-tip. Right? She's just like, snuggle me, pet me, love me. She's literally hugging my hand right now. And you know how she normally is. He's a good baby. You making those biscuits? You making those biscuits? It's got really chilly out there. Of course, our furnace is terrible. We need a new furnace. Cuts in usually like runs for a couple minutes. Basically, just as soon as it's like it feels like the pipes are gonna warm up, and then it cuts out. Right? We have a silly furnace. It's older than I am. It's the original furnace from this place, and this trailer was built in 1973. Was it 73 or 72? One or the other. Look at you, sweet, beautiful. You hear the train? Oh gosh, it's a loud one tonight. Hopefully that doesn't come through too loud. Can I spin my yarn again? Are you content to sit there and I can spin? Maybe? As soon as she's done this heat cycle, I'm probably gonna try and make an appointment for her. But there's not much that they can do while she's in heat without us paying massive bucks. I know, Mom. Hopefully soon. You want every cute kitty out there. Look at that, Pickles. She's being so good right now. Yeah. Just chilling. I feel like I just went through a color cycle and I'm already starting a new color cycle. Oops. New color cycle already. The pickles is the pickles is the pickles. You're a sweet, sweet pickles. I know, I am just like in love with the drop spindle all over again. I want to finish out that blue, but my arm's not long enough. This one's got some real pretty blue and pink barber pole stuff going on. It's so pretty. I love the pretties. It's a little blurry. And Pickles is like, for me? There. Nope. I swear my hands are going to be permanently dyed pink by the time I'm done this. It's not, but the spindle is. It's quite pink now. you finding things to get into, Missy? Hmm? I found a stick. I want to chew on it. You can't chew on my stick. It's my stick. Boop. Oh, I wish you could see her face right now. She is so cute. I wonder if I can play with it on this side. It's my stick. You're on my keyboard. I want to chew the stick. I want to chew the stick. You know, this stick came all the way from Russia. Oh, she's typing on the keyboard too. That would be hilarious. Thankfully, I don't think I have that bought or anything. So I think. Yeah, I'm talking. I'm right here. Talking. I'm playing with the cat. Boop. Did you accidentally mute? Can you? I'm gonna have little bite marks all in this stick. She's just like going to town, gnawing on it. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know if it's gonna show. Yeah. Do you see those little teeth marks? Oh. I'm trying to focus this. Boop. Yeah, it's late. Boop. My spindle has teeth marks. Oh, it's not showing. It's not showing the light. The light is affecting it. I must hide the spindle. You are not allowed to chew on that. Absolutely not. Nope, nope. Nice try, though. Oh. Might help if I send the message. It has nice chew marks in it now. I mean, I'm not overly sad about that because I never use it. Isn't she a cutie? She's into a bit of mischief right now. Thank you. Her name is Pickles. And she keeps chewing on my spindles. This one I'm not I'm not overly concerned if she chews on this one. I can make a new spindle for that. That's a homemade one that I did. But she was chewing on my expensive one that I never use. But, you know, it still came from Russia. So, you know, it came a long way. And it looks really pretty. Okay, don't chew on that part, baby. I do want to still use my drop spindle. You're like going through a massive teething phase all of a sudden. Let's just move this over here for now. Yeah. Anyway, we'll just put that in there. I'm doing really well. She'll be a year, September 2nd or 3rd. So she's still a baby. She's experiencing her first early signs of, oh, that she's pushed my cloth all the way down. She's going through early signs of heat. So she's extra snuggly, yet no, I wouldn't say irritated, but agitated. That's the word. Agitated and snuggly. Yes, I need to make an appointment for her. Thankfully, she's an indoor cat, and our mail is fixed. So I don't have that to worry about. And she's not trying to get outside, so that helps. But poor girl, she doesn't need to suffer through that stuff. Yeah, I had planned on getting her fixed sooner than now, but life unfortunately gets in the way, and I haven't had the time to make an appointment and get her in. So but she's gonna get fixed. No babies here. And we're back, I think. I think we're back. Hi, baby. Hi. You want to back up? Yeah. Go on. Lay down. Lay down, baby. Man, if the furnace is cutting in this much tonight, that means that my camper's gonna be cold when I go home. Oh, you texted me? Sorry. Oh, you did. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mom, it's that time of night where my phone goes into do not disturb, so I didn't hear your text messages. And Pickles keeps distracting me with her cuteness. Look at that, Pickles. Like, how can you not love her? She's just so darn cute. She's just so darn cute. You're darn cute and you know it. Trying. You're trying. Trying my patience. That's what you're doing. Trying my patience. Of course, if I would stop trying to make it so thin. Me and my need to spin so thin. Spin so thin. Sounds like a advertisement for something. Come get your spin so thin yarn. I gotta stop spinning so thin. I say this, but I continue to spin thin. Pickles. And then I have the fur baby who's like, toy? Toy? Musket. Right? It's like putting it off, putting it off, putting it off. Oh my god, I can't believe I waited this long. That's usually how it goes. Oh my goodness. One moment, guys. Sorry about that. Had to walk my mom through some technical difficulties on her phone. She couldn't figure something out. And I still have a pickles here on my desk. You can just see her toe in her ears. She's just like literally made it her home. She's like, okay, this is my place now. My hands are so pink. I can't wait till I can wash the pink out of this. It doesn't rinse out like any of the other colors. So I always have to like, it comes out once I wash it with soap. Once it's spun up, it seems to work, but Oop. Spinning too thin again, spinning too thin again. But I like to spin thin. I likes to spin thin, thin, thin. That's really thin, Megan. Time for the purple. Right, I know. I gotta get up early tomorrow morning because my aunt and uncle are coming. My uncle's gonna be taking all the garbage to the dump because we don't have garbage pickup here. Well, we can get it, but my aunt and uncle just load it up. And then my aunt's going to be doing the lawn. And I didn't get nearly as much stuff done today that I was supposed to be getting done. So I'll be getting up early, running around like a chicken with my head cut off, because they'll be here around 9. Unless the weather turns bad, then I might have a break, but probably not. One moment. Apparently, it's a busy phone night tonight. I apologize. Oh goodness, you're gonna be tired. Hopefully you can have an afternoon nap tomorrow. thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you are enjoying the stream. How's your day going? Oh, thank you. Oh. Well, I can answer some questions if you want to know. I'm no major expert, but I do love spinning yarn. So I do know a few things. Right now I'm just doing some drop spindle spinning, but I also spin on my, well, I haven't spun on my traditional in a while, but I also have two electric spinners that I use quite frequently. want to spin this bigger, but I don't think I'm going to be able to go much bigger before my spindle starts yelling at me that's too heavy. Didn't the train just go through? I was. You have a good one. Take care. I'm glad you were here to lurk for a bit. I think I'm getting ready to end my stream. It's been a pretty long night. I haven't done a stream this long in a while, and I have to get up early in the morning, and I am not looking forward to that. So I think I'm gonna raid out. But I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. Oh, got chill. And tomorrow I'm off, but I will be back on Friday. Not sure what I'm doing yet Friday. Probably going to be doing some more spinning. Might be doing some knitting. I think that's one of my random days, so let me look here real quick. Yeah, Fridays is a random day, so we will see what we do. But hope everyone has a good evening and hope to see you in my streams again. This channel that I'm rating is intended for mature audience, so if you don't want to join, just giving you a heads up.